Omaha dispatcher, high for the UP 2547. Sure, 22 high for the UP 2547. Got you some lights, get you guys heading towards Canada. We're gonna meet at Z at Kenner, then get you going over towards Fremont. Over. Ready to roll. All right. Signals may be meeting a Z there at Cal Junction. I'll let you know. Over.
Okay, meeting a Z at Cal Junction. Watch for lights. Thanks,
All right. Well, good morning, everyone. We are live right now from Missouri Valley, Iowa. You can hear my scanner talking in the background. We literally have a westbound container train ready to go. And, oh, yep, I can hear him sounding off now. I don't know if you can hear that or not, but the 4014 is out of Council Bluffs, headed north. We're going to wait here for him at Missouri Valley and watch him round this curve at Missouri Valley to head east. I don't know if they're putting a new crew on him at Missouri Valley or not. That's something that I'm not 100% sure of, but we will find out when he gets here. But right now, I think what we're gonna do is I'm gonna set up my tripod. We're gonna roll this westbound by first. All right, I think we've got set up and we're a little more stable here now. But we're definitely looking at a westbound container train. Dispatcher said that he was headed for a possible meet with an eastbound at Missouri Valley Z train. We are in Missouri Valley, Iowa right now. We are directly across the tracks to the north from the Steel Highway Missouri Valley static camera. But we are going to get the 4014 when he gets into town, watch him come around this curve to the, they'll be coming from right to left around the curve, and then we'll find out if he's actually changing crews here or not before he proceeds east. And actually, we are going to go down this way a little bit further because otherwise there's a bunch of guide wires that are going to be in the way. When we go to watch this a little bit later. Yeah. There's the that's the UP crew change point, the crew office here in Missouri Valley. And there's a pretty decent photo line. I found quite a few people outside of town, first crossing outside of town to the east, that were also over there watching watching for the big boys' imminent arrival as well. And there's a decent photo line on the other side of this crossing. You know, they're doing the intelligent thing. They're on the inside of the curve, which would be the normal photography thing to do. Please also remember, today is a fundraiser for Steel Highway. So if you want to join as a member or increase your membership, upgrade your membership, send me some super chats, subscribe and like. We really want to get out here and promote Steel Highway today. Yeah, I'm trying to keep track of the comments as well. Yes, they're expecting an 11:30 arrival into Dennison. And I would say so far they're probably pretty close to on target for that. Give you a little bit of a going away shot here. Actually, you know what would be even a little bit better? We'll go over this direction. Yeah, I like that. Morning. What's that? It's out of Council Bluffs 10-15 minutes ago. Gonna come up from the south on this curve in the south, and then probably be on the south track. Yep. Trying to help render some assistance with some local onlookers here. So I am trying to get us positioned to be able to see when this comes around the curve from the south. So as I was driving east, I left Marion at about 5:15 this morning, and heading over toward Missouri Valley. I got here at about 9:30 or so, and I saw three eastbounds. I think three eastbounds. One was a grain train that was parked at Grand Junction that may have been waiting for a southbound, a load to come off of the line at Grand Junction before it proceeded north. And then I saw another eastbound that was a Z train around Glidden. And then I saw a eastbound that was just a regular container train. And that was between Dennison and Woodbine. I forget exactly where, but between Dennison and Woodbine. And if we look over here, we see there's a, zoom in on them just a little bit. There's a pretty decent photo line starting to form over on the other side there. Yes, going out to Pennsylvania, going out there next. Good morning, everyone. Glad to see lots of people that are online. We got 60 right now watching the live stream, hoping that that number continues to increase as the day goes along. And you know, quite honestly, I got rained on quite a bit on the way out. Going to be seeing 4014 on June 3rd. All right. This is Missouri Valley, Iowa, is where we're at right now. I am actually directly across from where the static cam. If you look at this kind of tan colored building that's across from me, that is where the static cam location is for the Missouri Valley camera. Oh, the deadline. Yeah, there's 2 full tracks of deadline locomotives down here. These are all stored out of service. I don't know how well I'm going to be able to zoom in on them, but I'll try to. Let's see how I can do that. Yes, there are quite a few 70Ms down there, as well as some GEs and, you know, a variety of others, but there's quite a few SD70Ms down there in the deadline at Missouri Valley. You are absolutely correct. This thing really does not like me zooming in for some reason, but that's about the best I can do. 2 full tracks of deadline locomotives over there, yes. Rip to the 70Ms. Well, I don't know if the WSOR has all the 70Ms that they want, but they've managed to keep a few of them in service anyway. It'll be interesting to see if any other suitors come along. Missouri Valley, Iowa is where we're at right now. Missouri Valley, Iowa. The elevators that you see down there, those grain silos, that is going to be all 70Ms. All right. So the grain silos are on the right-hand side of the Y track, where the 4014 is going to be coming around the curve and turning toward us. So thank you to the 66 people that are here watching already this morning. Make sure and save this link, share it so that more people can tune in and watch later. We are going to have an exciting chase across western Iowa today. I'm definitely looking forward to it. Oh, you'll be in Boone. Yep, that's where they're staying overnight tonight. They're stopping in Boone overnight. And then we'll be out chasing again tomorrow, Boone to Beverly, or Boone to Cedar Rapids, if you will. We're hoping, you know, the next 20 to 25 minutes here, we're going to see the big boy, but maybe it'll take longer than that. It's hard to say. But right now, we're definitely waiting for the first stop here in Missouri Valley. And I will warn you in advance, there will be some shaky camera work as I probably try to hustle over from where I'm filming here over to my van to get us on the road and start headed east on our chase today. So welcome everyone. Yeah, I know there's lots of people that are not able to come out and chase, and there's lots and lots of US 30 that parallels the tracks through western Iowa especially, that I wanted to take this opportunity to be able to share the live stream with everyone. As far as I know, I'm not aware of anyone else that has tried a pacing live stream with the 4014 before. So this is going to be a kind of a first, and we're going to see how it goes. If people seem to... Loveland, thank you. Yeah. All right, so I just got information that it's 5 miles out at Loveland. Yes, definitely like and subscribe. Definitely send me some super chats and make sure and help support the channel. Got 85 people watching, and we are definitely looking forward to having the big boy here, hopefully in the next, 10 minutes or less.
Not in your line of sight, am I?
No, you're good. Yes, hopefully safe travels. Hopefully we will not see anything crazy today. But you just never know. Aha, I'm pretty sure I just heard the whistle for the first time. It might not have gotten picked up real well on the phone, but definitely heard the first whistle for crossing a couple miles outside of town here. Mile and a half outside of town, somewhere in there. Okay, so the phone must have a pretty sensitive speaker on it, picking that up. Oh yeah, heard that very distinctly now.
So that went through Honey Creek already.
Yeah.
Right?
You can, but the problem is when I'm live streaming like this, I can't actually pull up the UP website tracker. Where's the tracker showing that it's at now?
Griff, you come over here with me? Griff. Okay, come over with me.
Found the most interesting rock in the world.
Yeah, 5 minutes ago.
Yeah, but he's actually up here because he's whistling for that crossing at Findlay now. That's what you can hear.
Can I see?
Where should I go, Dave? See, it's up there. It's coming this way. We're right here. So, and there's this is where the train is. That blue dot's going to come right up here where we're at. I don't think we need to watch this anymore.
Yeah.
I found.
With Griff? Yeah, there's some trash there. Yeah, I don't have anything to put it in though. It's pretty close. You hear the whistle? They were blowing the whistle a minute ago.
Who was blowing the whistle?
Yeah, they'll have to slow down quite a bit to navigate this curve coming into town as well.
Why was
I don't know if it's a 20 or 15 mile an hour curve or something. But. And then the other thing I don't know is if they have to stop and get a new pilot crew on here to continue east, because this is a crew change point for the UP.
Okay, sure.
Can I try lifting that one up?
So-
I was watching some,
I'll
I
try.
think it was a little website. They're
Yeah.
talking about how the carriage underneath is articulated
Yes.
so that they can navigate. Curves in the mountain.
Rock.
Ooh, that's a piece of concrete.
Well, yeah, with the length of the boiler,
Oh yeah, so
without having a articulated truck underneath of it, the boiler would have to have like an accordion or something in the middle to be able to go around any sort of a curve.
okay, hey, let's not throw that, okay, Griff?
Why
That
do
is
you
a
have
big piece of concrete.
Why do you have a camera right there?
He's gonna.
Yeah, I'm taking a video of it. Yeah.
Can you see the train on that picture?
When the train comes around by those grain bins, we'll be able to see it. I've got my camera pointed right down.
Maybe to keep it safe.
How can you
Alright.
see it? I cannot see the
What color
camera
rocks did
very
you find?
well.
Oh, well, you're not quite tall enough. That's the problem. Yeah, you just got to get up here high enough.
Like any phone.
If you don't look straight at it, you can't see much.
Hey,
Says the train's gonna
here's
slow
a tiny
down.
bottle.
That is, it's a tiny little bottle. You're right.
Yeah, if we had a bag, we could pick it up.
I don't know where that came
A person?
Oh, you hear it, the train?
Can hear it coming.
You hear it, Griff?
It's getting so close.
Listen carefully, you can hear it. It's a little ways away.
Oh, be careful.
Yeah, Ivy, don't touch anything.
Yep.
Please.
Ivy.
Good.
He's got to just.
You can
wait
stand
one-
next to it, just don't touch the legs,
Yeah.
please.
No,
Yep.
not good to touch it.
Yep.
You too, Griff. Actually, why don't you guys come over here? There's nothing really to see. You can see much better looking this way.
Mm-hmm.
Why don't you guys come over here? What? What is that thing? We don't want to get in the way of this
I've actually got it zoomed in quite a ways, so you have to basically like walk directly in front of it to be able to.
Just past Loveland. Just past Loveland. Coming down the stretch. Promotion they've had around here for a while.
I'm sure.
What did he say?
Loveland.
How far is that?
Oh, a couple miles out. Yeah.
If you look from here, you can see straight down there. There's a little red light. That's the train track.
Well, as I look the other way now here, I can see that they've got a clear on the South Main,
Oh, for
on the Boone sub, yeah, to go east.
continue on.
Uh-huh. Hello.
I know it.
Good. The weather is beautiful out here this morning. Oh, that was pretty loud. He's getting close. I got rained on quite a bit of the way down here. Multiple times driving here from Marion this morning. But it cleared off just in time to give us a beautiful day.
Oh, yeah. Nice background. Yeah, we came up from Omaha.
Yeah. Had a little more extension on my camera here, so I decided to take advantage of it.
Look. Look.
I didn't recognize.
Well, guys, I think this is about all the more zoom I can give you. About the best it's gonna do.
I hope everybody
Yes, I don't know if the town is quite doubled in size yet, but it's getting close. We've got, we have got quite the photo line starting to form. We got lots of cars down here in the foreground. And I'm gonna swing this around quick. I'm pretty sure this is the chase line that's just starting to catch up with us now. It's over here just coming into town, and quite a few people at the crossing. So swinging it back around here.
remember, there's a lot of cars, a lot of people, and a train that's coming.
So yeah, lots of people, lots of cars. We're gonna get to see a pretty slow speed run by as this thing comes around the south leg of the Y, off the Council Bluffs sub and onto the Boone sub. And I think we'll do a full roll by here to see what his whole consist is, and then jump in the car and start heading east for the actual chase. I will warn you in advance, there's going to be some shaky camera work as I dash to my vehicle as quickly as my legs will carry me. I feel suddenly emboldened to break out into Johnny Cash, but I'm not going to do that for you this morning. Yeah, chasing alone this morning. That's right. Ah, thank you for joining as a member. We have our first membership of the day. Thank you, Steven546, for joining at the Alco RS1 level. Definitely appreciate that. And yeah, we got 184 people watching us live. Make sure to like and subscribe to Steel Highway. Big boy fan from the UK. Awesome. Definitely glad to see everyone checking in. Sacramento, well, now you get to watch it chase across western Iowa today. So congratulations. 55 likes, 180 live viewers right now. And I'm guessing that literally any moment we're gonna see it coming up around this curve. So you can't really see it. I guess you can see the signal masts, but the tracks curve around just to the left of these, grain bins that are on the right side of the picture. So the train is going to come up around on this side of the grain bins off of the east leg of the Y from the Council Bluffs sub, and then gonna roll right by us, I'll be able to pan through this whole area, and you can see where the photo line is forming over here. Obviously people know that it's coming that way as well, but right now we're waiting for it to make its first appearance of the morning. But yes, make sure and send me some super chats. Make sure and like and subscribe. Join the channel as a member. And help support Steel Highway. Every little bit counts. Also, if you go to the Steel Highway website, there are lots of ways to be able to donate to support the channel as well. So you'll see it. You'll see it here in a couple of weeks. Yep. Now it's just starting to creep around the curve. Man, I think he's going 10 or maybe less around this curve, but yes, just coming into view. From what I saw earlier this morning, he's got the American flag and Iowa flag showing today. And here is going to be our first run by. Can't really make it out, but a good look of the articulation as he comes around this curve. I can't zoom in well enough to be able to really show it off for you. But we're also going to get a nice whistle blast as he comes around the curve here as well, because there's a crossing just out of image to the left. So today, there's no freight on the train at all. It's literally just the UP office cars and business train. All right, and now it is time to take off for our next location. So hang tight with me, guys. We are making a mad dash to head east. There we go. We've got this set up. Oh yeah, we got our first super chat now. Thank you very much. I did not see who contributed that, but it's definitely appreciated. We are now driving through Missouri Valley, Iowa. Buck 99 super chat, definitely appreciate that. I've got the scanner radio going. and it is tuned into 160.70 or 740, which is our it's AAR 52. It's the Boone sub frequency, and we are off to the races heading east. Now, if there's chatter on the radio, we'll be able to hear it. Oops. There we go. All right. So once we clear these buildings, we may be able to see it off to the right. I've got the camera pointed off in the correct direction. I can kind of pick it out from in between the trees. And I don't know, the camera just isn't going to pivot far enough, I don't think, to the right to be able to see it just yet. But we are getting close to that point. Now the nice thing is, I believe this guy is only doing about 40 today. So we should be able to get several run-bys, and we should be able to get a number of opportunities. Oh, maybe it is. Let me see here. 890. Yeah, I've got that programmed in too. We'll stick with 890 for the moment. And there is your look at the big boy. He is going through the river valley just to the right of us. Those of you that are not familiar with your geography of Western Iowa, what we're going to see when we get up here a little further, we get up to Logan, I believe, and you'll see the CN, which is former Illinois Central, and the UP, which is former CNW, parallel each other from about Logan to Dennison. And the reason for that is because of the geography. This is in the what's called the Loess Hills in western Iowa, and there's only certain ways that you can get through the hills without having to go over mountain grades. So the CNW and IC both paralleled each other through the Boyer River Valley, and that is... Oh, and we're slowing down. All right. But we have another shot of Big Boy off to the right. I believe you can just barely see him coming out from behind the trees over there. Actually, I can hold this. There we go. Now we got a little more action to the right. So the Boyer River Valley is where IC and CNW built parallel to access Missouri Valley, or excuse me, Council Bluffs, and then a connection with the UP between Council Bluffs and Omaha. The IC actually has their own bridge, or the CN has their own bridge over the Missouri River into Omaha, but it's out of service and hasn't been used for years. And then the main artery... Oh, we got some radio traffic here. Turn the volume up a little bit so we can hear that better.
Car, 4014 on 52.
All right, the 4014 is up. They're just saying that they're on channel 52 now. That's all that they're talking to each other. Just confirming that they're all on the Boone sub road frequency.
Still car 4014 over. Comment road 324.03 is no other train 1 and 2, sir. No other train 324. 44.02, over. That is correct.
Yeah, it'll be crossing at Clinton, Iowa. That's correct. All right, so now we're getting to where we have some nice parallel running right next to the track. You can just see the end of the observation car. Yeah, they're supposed to be stopping at Dennison, service stop, and I don't know if that's, I don't think that that's a public access stop. I think it's just a service stop at Dennison. And so right now we're doing 44. We're pretty well pacing the train. I'd say he's probably doing between 40 and 45 mile an hour. We are getting slowed up here at times. I know that the traffic is going to not be ideal, as people who have just gotten their photos are going to be trying to get back out onto the highway, and it's going to slow down traffic at different times. But yes, we're trailing just a little bit behind the locomotive here, or behind the consist, I should say. Yeah, thanks for the information. Public access at Dennison, good to know. But yeah, that's part of what we're trying to provide here is real-time updates as to exactly where the train is located.
Come in, Bruce. 321.8925, track 2. 321.8925. Here we go. Thank you. Thanks, Bruce.
So when you're listening to the radio, they're talking back and forth and calling out speed restrictions. So they're coming up to a 25. So they're doing between 40 and 45 mile an hour right now, probably closer to 40 because we're catching up with them. And they're going to have to knock it down to 25 at some point here in the not too distant future. I'm not sure, because I haven't seen a mile post in a little while. I'm not sure exactly what mile we're at. Oh, but I can see it. He's definitely slowing. I can see the darker colored smoke up there, indicating that they're not burning quite as efficiently as they might otherwise. And they're definitely knocking it down. So right now, they are on the South Main, and we're going to start to roll by here and get closer to the head end. 216 people watching. Definitely appreciate all of...
Dispatcher.
Oh. Let's hear what he's got to say. Dispatcher was about to call somebody, not sure exactly who. Yeah, we're down to 36 and we're still passing him. Yeah, this is the UP business car train that they're pulling right now. I believe part of this was picked up in Council Bluffs, and part of it they came with from North Platte. But like looking right over here, I can see their power car. I can see the tool car. They've got I'm right next to the Experience Union Pacific car, which is their rolling museum type of car that they've got.
Dispatcher 19 to the UP 4014 forward. 4014, come in, over.
Hey, I'm looking at that Form C about the no other trains on bridges. So I just wanted to talk with you about that. I got you lined up through that first one there at 306.83, over.
Okay, we're monitoring that. We appreciate you doing that. No other trains on bridge. We copy that, over.
Copy. And then I guess let me know when you are over that bridge, please, over.
Give us that mile pole one more time.
Well, it gives me between two mileposts, 307.0 and 306.83, over.
Okay, we copy that. We see it here. We'll let you know when we're clear of that structure there at 306.83 and 307, over.
Copy that, thank you. And then we'll just kind of go from there from that point on for the other two. And I will have an eastbound Z train that I'll have to probably run around you before you guys get to Dennison, because I'm being told to stop all traffic at Dennison when you guys get up there, over.
That's fine, dispatcher. You can put us in the siding, whatever you need to do, and we'll follow our signals. We appreciate your help today.
And no siding, it's double main. So he'll be going east on one, you're going to stay east on two, over.
All right, let us know when that is closed. Are you going to stop us when that happens?
I'm going to try not to, but at that point I may just tell you to slow roll, over.
That's our best bet. Yeah, slow roll. That way the public will not try to stop with us, and that'll be our best practice there.
Sounds good. I will keep you informed when they get close, over.
Roger, we understand all that. Thank you, dispatcher.
Nick Rail's here, over.
Thank you, 4014 out.
All right, so we're just going through Logan, Iowa right now. We are still about 20 miles or so from Missouri Valley, or excuse me, from Dennison. 25 miles from Dennison, something like that. So there's a couple of things that the dispatcher was just talking about that I'll get into now that they're done chattering. The first thing is, yeah, we heard about that Z train because the westbound that we saw depart, I don't know, 15 minutes or so, 13 minutes or so before the big boy showed up. The westbound that we saw depart, I'm gonna hold this up, and I don't know if I don't know if it's gonna work or not. I'm just holding it up and keeping my eyes on the road. But the big boy just passed underneath the bridge from us at Logan. So we are continuing on US 30. So that Z train, he's saying that he wants to get it around the 4014 before they get to their stop at Dennison. He doesn't want to have to stop the Z train behind the 4014 while he's making his service stop and PR stop there at Dennison. And so the answer to that apparently is to run the Z train around the 4014 before he gets to Dennison. They're talking about him slow rolling it, so that means that he's going to line the Z train around him through a couple of sets of crossovers, and then when they get to the point where they doesn't want to have them stop back of a crossover, he wants them to keep slow rolling so he has time to cross the Z train back over to main 2 in front of the 4014, and then have time to line the switches and clear a signal for him to follow the Z train on main 2, which means that there must be westbound traffic coming on main 1. That's the only reason that would matter. And then they will have to run westbound traffic on main 1 after the stop at Dennison. So I've got the camera pointed over to the left. The tracks are significantly over to the left of us now on the other side of this hill. So there's really not going to be much to see for a little bit. I'm going to angle it kind of like this. You can see the traffic on the highway, and you can see the tracks as they come up on the left-hand side here. If you can see it, there's kind of a tree line that's probably a mile or so to my left, and that tree line is following the right-of-way. So just to finish the geography lesson, so the IC and C&W build down through the Boyer River Valley to get through the Loess Hills and into Council Bluffs. There were other railroads that also did the same thing. The Milwaukee is about 10 miles south of us, or was. It's now the BNSF Bayard sub. It follows a different river valley down into Council Bluffs. And then south of that, is also the Iowa Interstate, which was built by the Rock Island. Iowa Interstate and Rock Island shared a Iowa Interstate, well, the Iowa Interstate Rock Island, I should say, shared a river valley, or an access point into Council Bluffs, if you will, with the CGW. And at one time, I believe it was actually Rock Island trackage rights on the CGW getting into Council Bluffs, but then later on the C&W bought the CGW and then abandoned it and sold that short portion to the Rock Island. And then much further south from that is where the CB&Q, now the BN, built their way in. Oh, we got some impatient types here. We've got a black SUV that decided he's going to pass everybody and then cut off this pickup in front of me. And I've got a pretty impatient gray Toyota that's right behind me as well. This is the part of the trip that I knew would happen. If there's anybody out here chasing along with me, I'm driving a gray transit van and I have a Steel Highway sign in my back window. So just to be aware, you know, if we get into any sort of a traffic incident, or if we witness a traffic incident, we are definitely going to be turning over the footage to whatever local authorities want to be able to see it when we're done. All right, we are getting to, so we have a hill to cross here, and then when we get going back down the other side, we're going to be getting to where the tracks will parallel the highway again. The tracks will be on the left side of the highway now, and we will probably have to be patient. Yes, go the speed limit. Plenty of state troopers waiting for the speeders. That's right. Let everyone else make the bad decisions. Yes, that is 100%. So as we get up here, yes, closer to Woodbine, we'll be right back on top of the tracks. We'll probably wait at Woodbine for a little bit anyway, and then continue the pacing. Oh yes, always best to follow the law. You are correct. But this is kind of the beauty of live streaming, honestly. Like, I've done the chases before where you're trying to get far enough ahead that you have time to jump out of your car and set up your tripod and take your photo and then get back in the car and get ahead of it again for the next time stop. So to me, this is really preferable to just go ahead and pace the whole way. I don't have to worry about passing anybody. I don't have to be in a particular hurry, because even if I get behind, like if I get far enough behind, I know, for instance, that they're going to stop in Dennison, and I can catch up, get around them, and wait for them on the other side of Dennison, and then keep moving. So I'm not too worried about that part of it, honestly. All right. I'm not going to be able to keep up in the comments. That's probably the biggest downside to not having anybody, not having a shotgun with me today, a co-pilot. Now, I can look over to the left and I can see that the 4014 is in fact closing on Woodbine as well. He had a shorter distance to travel than we did because of the highway getting so far away from the tracks. But he is in fact getting caught up, and he is making time and getting very close to the town of Woodbine. And just so you guys know, Woodbine is another Steel Highway webcam location. If you tune into the Woodbine camera, you'll see it roll by here very soon. 260 live viewers. Definitely love that. Thanks for tuning in, guys. It really does make it worthwhile knowing that I got up at 4:30 this morning, got on the road at about 5:15 to be able to be out here. And I definitely appreciate everybody tuning in and watching live and, you know, being able to enjoy this all together. And do make sure and send me some super chats. Upgrade your memberships, join as a member.
Detector, milepost 314.5, track 2. Defect detected, hot box, north rail, axle 2.
Yeah. So, the reason they just got tagged for a hot box by the detector was because of the steam vent off of one of the cylinders. It said by axle 3, but it just means it's probably the front of the engine instead of the...
Detector, milepost 314.5, track 2, first hot box, north rail, axle 2, from head of screen. UT detector, milepost 314.5, track 2, first hot box, north rail, axle 2, from head of screen, total axle 9, 7, screen, speed 4, 5, MPH, temperature 5 degrees, detector out.
All right, so the defect detector is talking. It's telling them that they had a hot axle, which would normally mean you would need to go back and walk your train. But because it's a steam locomotive, the steam, the downdraft from the cylinders creates the hot axle for the steam, or for the detector to pick up. So they get to ignore that in the first, I don't know, 16 axles or whatever it is. Oh, we got more people passing. More people that are not happy with the pace of traffic that are running around us. Yeah, there was a really big crowd there in Woodbine. And we are picking up the pace here. If you look over to the left, you can actually see there's two different elevations, and you can see the IC right alongside of the C&W. Except, of course, now it's...
Fuel car, 4014, over. Tell me, Bruce. 310.9825, track number 2. 310.9825, track 2. Thanks, Bruce. That is correct, sir. Thank you.
All right, so he's calling out another speed restriction for Main 2. And if you can hear it, the 4014 is literally just right behind me. He's going to catch up with us and start to pass us here in a little bit. We're doing 33, he's doing 45, and he is going to pass us here pretty quickly. So we're going to get a neat little roll by. Another thing they were talking about, those speed restrictions, is also a weight restriction on the bridges. And basically what they're saying is that the steam locomotive can only be on a bridge by itself. It cannot be on a bridge at the same time as another train or another locomotive, because they believe that that might exceed the weight limit for the bridge. Yeah, lots of people passing. And the steam locomotive is just coming up alongside of us, and I think it's gonna be right when we get to this grove of trees up ahead. But it's
309.7325, track 2. All right, very good, Bruce. We got that written down up here.
You can't really tell, but this is kind of a blind curve, and the people that are passing are not really making great decisions right now. Dennison. We're talking about Dennison. So the line of cars is doing about 29 mph, 26. And I believe that the steam locomotive has also knocked it down to about 25, 26 mile an hour as well, because he's hanging out just behind us. Never quite fully caught up. And I still haven't heard anything from the Z train. I've been trying to watch the signals to see if that Z train is lined around, because you would have to have greens on both mains in order for that to work. And I have not so far seen the greens on main 1. Yeah, I'm looking at the 4014. It's in my rear view mirror. I really want to slow down and let it catch up to me, but I know that there's a lot of people behind me that will be very annoyed if I do that. But we're actually pulling away from it now, because we're doing 40, he's still doing 25. The problem is, if I pull over, I'll never get back in line. But if I don't stay ahead of him, so we're kind of in a no man's land here. If I don't stay ahead of him, or if I pull over to let him catch up, I'll never get back in line. But if I don't stay ahead of him, then we're out of business as well. So it's kind of a damned if you do and damned if you don't moment. But I'm trying to make space for people to get around me, so they can pass me and then continue to move up. So I'm doing 44 right now and pulling away from him, which is not ideal at all. And I do think, gosh, I wish I could see better what that line looks like back there. But I do think I'm going to have to take my chances and pull over and just see what happens as it catches up to me. I don't think I'm going to have a lot of choice in that. Let a couple people pass me and then get back in line. So we're going to pull over for a little bit. Oh yeah, there's a big gap. Let a couple people get around us. Let the steam engine catch up. All right. And I know this is not ideal. Oh, that guy's turning, that's why. Okay. Now we can go. So that did allow a couple people to get by me. The steam engine is still a little bit too far behind, but I can also tell that the line of cars behind me is continuing to create a problem. I'm going to pull over and let a couple more people pass me. Get out of the way again. And I'm just going to kind of hope that somebody's going to turn off and make a gap or get me in here somewhere. Oh yeah. I see it. I see it right now. There's the gap I'm looking for. Look at this. All this civic duty that I just did. Letting so many people get around me. I'm going to let this small car get around me. And then I'm going to wait as long as possible before getting back in line. Well, this chase hasn't worked out quite as well as I would have liked, but we've definitely allowed a number of people to get ahead of us, and still seeing, all right, so there's the crossovers. Yeah, I think I'm going to have to take my chances again.
14 over.
Get over
Come in, Bruce.
a little more.
306.89, 25 NOT, no other trains, tracks 1 and 2, and a reminder to call dispatch when you get there, sir. All right, 306.89, no other trains, 1 and 2, call the dispatcher when we get there, over. Thank you, sir.
Oh, I see my spot. I know where I'm getting back out. Got it right here. Nope. Not for that one. That guy's going too fast. The next one. Here we go. This is perfect. All right. Well, I'm done being a good citizen now. I've let lots of people pass me. And now we're going to let the big boy actually catch up to us. Because he is now doing closer to 45. I'm doing about 30. And we are going to get back into position. There we go. Look at that. Sometimes doing the right thing pays off. You know that? All right, and now we've got some big boy back in the frame. This is exactly what we were looking for. I know, it was kind of a painful process to get him back in frame, but we got it now. And now we get to do some real chasing and pacing. I'm pretty sure... Well, maybe this bridge doesn't have a speed restriction on it. But this is definitely one of the weight restriction bridges where they don't want it to. Right now I'm doing 32 and I'm pretty well pacing the locomotive. So I'm trying to stay at a decent pace here to where the locomotive can be easily seen. Oh yeah. So you can't really see it, but there is a overhead bridge ahead of us. There we go. There's an overhead bridge ahead of us that we're coming up to. This is a spot where a lot of people are going to be taking photos, and we are slowing back down. Oh, we might be going down even to 20 to go over this bridge. Yes, we are closer to Dennison than when we started. That is correct. And we are definitely doing 24 mph. So maybe there's a...
Dispatcher 19, over.
4014, over.
Go ahead, over.
Yeah, dispatcher, clear of structure 306.89, over.
Alright, clear of the structure, copy that, thank you. The next bridge looks like it is between 291.58 and 291.45. I do have you lined, I got a signals requested for you there. Over.
All right, dispatcher, we understand. We got a structure of 291.51. No other trains on that bridge.
Yeah, I'm showing 291.58 to 291.45. Over.
Yeah, we've got that. It's a little bit different on our paper. We get it from the engineering group, but we copy that same structure.
All right, copy that. All right. That eastbound Z train is coming into Mo Valley. We're actually at Mo Valley right now, crew swapping. So let's do it this way here. I'm going to go ahead and request another signal here for you at N0. So basically, I'm going to have signals requested up to Dennison. So the next bridge is 290.0 to 289.83, over.
Okay, we copy that. We're going to have a lot of people there waiting at Dennison for us. In your estimation, are we going to be able to make our stop at Dennison and then depart before we run that Z train over?
I do not believe so, because I'm showing you guys being there for 30 minutes for that stop at Dennison, over.
Okay, we'll go ahead and slow roll it, and let's get that Z train by. Have that Z train go through Dennison at 30 mph. Lots of bell and whistles. There's going to be a lot of people there waiting for us, over.
Alright, 30 mph, lots of bells and whistles for the Z train as they go around you. Alright, and then let me know when you are over those two bridges. Also, please, over.
Understood. 291.51 is what I have, and then 289.89. Is that correct?
Yep, if that's what you show, those both work good for me. Those two mileposts are in the two limits that are on that Form C, so that works, over.
Okay, roger that, dispatcher. We copy all that. Thank you.
You guys appreciate it, over.
Thank you. 4014 now.
All right, so you just heard the dispatcher giving us all kinds of information. Specifically, the bridges, at least with the UP engineering department, and this is common through other railroads as well, bridges are often identified by their mile marker. And so when they talk about the bridge at whatever milepost, 360.89, I think one of them they talked about. But when they talk about that, that's literally saying the bridge at that milepost or between those mileposts, and that's how the bridges are identified. So when you hear them talk about that, that's why the bridge, that's why the bridge is identified in that way. So the other thing is, Missouri Valley is however many miles behind us. I'm not even exactly sure at this point, but that Z train is just changing crews in Missouri Valley. Oh, he's accelerating. I can actually hear him. He's starting to accelerate back up to 40 here. So when they talk about that, they're talking about these bridges. They're giving them clearance over the bridges. They're telling the other trains will not be on the bridge at the same time that they are, on and on and on. He's actually, now I just think about this, he's actually accelerating to 40, and I have to knock it down to 25 to go through the next town, which I believe is Logan? No, it's not Logan. What town are we coming into here? Oh, Dunlap. Dunlap, that's what it is. So I have to get ahead of him a little bit so that when because we're swinging away from the tracks again, but we're going to pick this back up. And when we get back on the other side of Dunlap, then we'll be able to pick the chase back up. So we have to go down to 25. We have to swing away from the tracks, navigate Dunlap, not get pulled over, and then get out the other side and resume the chase. So that's kind of what we're looking at right now. You can't see it, but we are in fact driving through the town of Dunlap. St. Patrick's Catholic Church, we just drove by on the left. Getting it down to 25. The steam engine is going to be a little ways ahead of us now when we get back out here on the other side. Oh yeah, here, I'm going to turn this. You can just see it down at the bottom of the hill running ahead of us now. 410 people watching. Thank you so much, guys, for tuning in and watching. And as soon as we get accelerating out of Dunlap, oh, well, dude on the motorcycle just about had a problem there. All right, we are going to get back up to speed. I'm hoping that everybody ahead of me is trying to race ahead. All right, Dennison, 17 miles. That's what the sign just said. Still 17 miles from Dennison. I don't know how they're going to keep this guy, because 17 miles isn't really a huge amount of distance when you're talking about getting passed by another train, because they have to get up alongside and then cross over, and then, but maybe they'll cross them over on the other side of Dennison. Who knows? Anyway, we're going to get another roll by of the consist here. We're back toward the back of the consist, and we see the observation car that they have on the back. There's 2 domes in the consist today. And then a couple of chair cars. We've got the Experience the Union Pacific car, which is their rolling museum. The second dome coming up next. And then we've got, well, this converted baggage car, which I believe they're using as a tool car, but there's 2 converted baggage cars, and maybe one of them's a converted RPO, I'm not sure. But one of those is definitely the tool car. And then the power car is the one that's got all the air conditioning units on top of it and the vents. So make sure and, you know, like and subscribe and all of the YouTube things that you need to do to help support the channel. Send me some super chats, join as a member. I'd really love to see everybody help support Steel Highway, because this is a big fundraiser for the channel. Obviously, we're going to get a whole bunch of views off of this, and I'm definitely looking forward to that part of it as well. Yes, the big boys are in fact oil fired. I believe they're converted to oil fire. I believe that they started out as coal fired. Yes, looking for trains and you found a beauty. That's right. So I know that the Friends of the 261 up in Minneapolis, they have the claim to fame of being the largest operating coal-fired locomotive, I believe, maybe in North America. But yes, thank you everyone for tuning in and watching. So while the big boy is stopping in Dennison, I'm pretty sure I'm gonna go get some lunch, but I'm gonna keep the live stream going. I don't know, do you guys want to live stream and watch me go through the Taco John's drive-through? I guess that's something we can do together. One of the things that I find interesting, they've got these America 250 decals now on all of the entire consist. Yes, 1941, built by Alco. Oh, look at all that black smoke up there now. So I've been hanging back here because I expect them eventually to start slowing down like they were originally talking about. Dragging their feet is the railroading term. I expected to see, now they're starting to do it. Now they're starting to drag their feet. So as they drag their feet on their way to Dennison to let this, they're going to let this Z train get around them, then what's going to happen is they're going to knock it down to like 25 mile an hour here. I'm trying to leave lots of space in front of me for people to pass, because I know that there's going to be some impatient types that are going to really want to get around. But once we get up closer to the head end again, we are going to pace them at whatever speed that they decide to go, and we're just going to let people follow us, or pass us, or follow us as they choose to. But yes, 436 viewers. Definitely appreciate everybody tuning in. Oh, the other thing that I remember the dispatcher talking about that I didn't mention, so he talked about going through Dennison at 30 with lots of bells and whistles, and that was because of the anticipated crowd that's going to be in the town of Dennison. So that was talking of, then so they were talking about the stack train, the Z train, going through Dennison at 30 and making all that noise so that people don't get hit, honestly. or so that they know to get out of the way, because they may not know that there's something coming before the big boy. Man, this makes such a fantastic noise.
Detector, milepost 298.2, track 2. Defect detected, hot box, north rail axle 2. Hot box, south rail axle 2. Hot box, south rail axle 1, 0.
So for those of you that missed us,
detector, milepost 298.2, track 2, first hot box, north rail axle 2, from head of stream, second hot box, south rail axle 2, third hot box, south rail axle 1, 0. Route 2 detector, milepost 298.2, track 2, first hot box, north rail axle 2, from head of stream, second hot box, south rail axle 2, third hot box, south rail axle 1, 0, total axle 9, 7, stream, speed 3, 7, MPH, temperature 7, 4 degrees, detector out.
well, thank you to the defect detector for all that wonderful information. It is a very, very comfortable 74 degrees here in western Iowa today. And I believe we are between Dunlap and Vail right now. We are heading toward Dennison for the next scheduled stop. And for those of you that missed the last defect detector that we went over, Dow City might be what's coming up next. Yes. The steam cylinders are what sets off the defect detector, because it's looking for hot axles, but it can definitely be set off by other things as well. And in this case, they don't have to stop for hot axles when it's in the first, I guess it would be the first 16 axles, because they got hit for axle 1, axle 2, and axle 10, but those will all be in the locomotive. And so that would all be affected by the downdraft from the steam cylinders pushing out hot air as it's being exhausted. $539 people watching live. All right, so we're going to go through Dow City. Tracks will swing away from the highway for a little bit, or I guess the highway will swing away from the tracks for a little bit here. But we'll pick it back up on the other side. But yeah, it is a beautiful day for chasing a steam locomotive in western Iowa today. And I got up at 4:30 this morning. I got on the road at about 5:15. And I got rained on probably 50%, 60% of the way here. But fortunately, everything is cleared off. The clouds are maybe a little bit overcast, but for the most part, it's really nice out here, and I definitely am enjoying the chase. This has been a very pleasant, easy chase today. Oh, and they're coming up to another overhead bridge. Probably knocking it down to 25 again, if I had to guess. To go over the bridge. $551 people watching today. Definitely appreciate all the support. Please make sure, like, subscribe, join a member, send me a super chat, all of the above. Definitely appreciate everyone tuning in, and I am definitely enjoying to provide all of the entertainment today. So just ride along with me. We just went through Dow City. One thing that, you know, we're still paralleling the CN through here, and I do not think that we're gonna, I think the CN mostly runs in the afternoons. I don't think that we're gonna see, and they might not run on Sundays at all for that matter. I don't really know. But the CN does have crews that work out of Council Bluffs and out of Fort Dodge. All right, Arion, we have another clear signal up ahead of us. Arion is an interesting spot. There was at one time an interlocking tower at Arion, which is where the Milwaukee line that split off at Manila crossed the CNW and the IC on its way up to Sioux City. And so there was at one time an Arion interlocking tower. Been gone for quite a while. But pretty shortly we are going to be crossing over the former right-of-way, the former Milwaukee right-of-way that comes up through Arion. Not to be confused with Marion, Iowa. So this is Arion, Iowa, A-R-I-O-N. Marion, Iowa, M-A-R-I-O-N, is where I live and is several hours east of here. I don't know that I would have driven my car down into those tall weeds, but, you know, whatever you got to do to get the shot, I guess. Very, very proud of those folks for their dedication. The Z hasn't hit Woodbine yet. Thank you.
19 to the EP4014 forward.
4014, come in, dispatcher.
As Z train is about 30 miles behind you approximately, just to give you the heads up, over.
All right, if you wouldn't mind, give us a countdown on that, and we'll just kind of see how it all plays out when we come into Dennison.
All right, copy that, Yep. Just give me a shout when you're past this first bridge, and then shout when you get past the second. Actually, give me a shout when you get past both bridges. They're both close enough together there, over.
You got it. We're about a mile from the first one, and we'll call you when we're over both of them.
Copy that. All right, here we go.
Thank you, dispatcher. 4014 out.
Well, the camera work isn't really anything special. It's just a dash mount on my
I guess
car.
I don't need to rattle that one off, but it's 291.51. Yep, coming up on her now. 291.51, 25 mph. Thank you. No other train. 1 and 2. Copy.
Yes, that is an accurate representation of the CN operations. They meet at the siding at Dennison, and then they go there. They both go back to their home terminals. Yes, so we're down to 25 now for this next bridge, and I'm thinking that I am going to let some people pass me. I don't know if I'll be able to get back in the line, but I am definitely going to try. If I let some people pass me, I'm pretty sure that'll open up a gap, which will allow them, because the bridge is coming right up here. So, bridge over some small creek ahead of us. That'll open up a gap that'll allow me to jump back in. All right. I'm gonna get over, let some folks get around. And then jump back in the next gap. You can see, you're gonna see them rolling by here pretty quickly. Yep, just coming into frame. Yeah, somebody wasn't too happy about it, but you know, whatever. We make it work. But we're getting a nice roll by of the train here. Slow speed roll by. Then we'll find a spot to jump back in. Probably a couple more cars back. Yep, somebody was kind enough to let me back in. Definitely appreciate that, Mr. Ford, white Ford pickup. And the chase is back on. Ooh, and I just want to point out, we have a very interesting car right in front of us. If someone wants to identify this, I'm not 100% sure what it is. But if there's any classic car aficionados in the vehicle or on the live stream with us, definitely appreciate finding out the make and model of the car that's directly in front of us now.
Car 14 over. 289.89.
1960 Ford Thunderbird convertible. All right, and we're slowing down again.
Copy. Next route.
Ford T-Bird, yeah. Well, he said Freebird on his license plate. I don't know if you guys can read it or not. It says Freebird on the license plate. And I wasn't 100% sure if that was referring to a Thunderbird or not, but now we know. But yes, now we have
Dispatcher 92 to the EP401 forward. Go ahead. You may want to even kick it down a little bit slower because I think you're not definitely, but I think you might beat these guys to Dennison. Over.
So the Thunderbird is only 19 years newer than the big boy because the 1960 Ford Thunderbird.
Yeah, dispatcher, that might work out in our advantage. We'll get to Dennison, get our work done, and blast off. The crowd will disperse, and that'll be a best case scenario for us. Over.
Okay, so are we thinking getting into Dennison first? Over.
Yes, that would be ideal.
Okay, all right, sounds good. I will just hold him out of Dennison then. Do what you got to do there. Over.
Very good. We'll get our work done there. Understand, are you going to stop that train? Over?
Yes, I will stop him short of Dennison. And then once you are on the move, let me know, and then I'll line him up. But I'm going to get him around you probably up here at Peters because I do have a westbound train that's going to be stopped. Over.
Okay, that'll work out good. So we'll get in there, we'll have a block on that track, we'll get our work done. We'll take off. It should not be 30 minutes, but it could be. But we'll get blasted off there, we'll keep you updated, and then we'll get that guy moving.
Okay, so 30 minutes would be a maximum there. Over.
A maximum, it should be shorter than that, but I'll let you know once we get under there.
Okay, sounds good. I appreciate that information. All right, you're okay into Dennison then. Over.
All right, here we go. Thank you, dispatcher.
Yeah, thanks. That's right. dispatcher 19 to UP 6953 over.
All right, so we are getting up here close to Dennison now, and people should be able to get around me and pass, but they're not. I don't know why. But anyway, we are. I think what we're gonna do is we'll go up here a little ways. We'll get a roll by. We'll get a roll by right before he gets into Dennison. And then we're gonna skip ahead of him while he's making his service stop in town.
Yes, sir, we will. We're about 2 miles out, and we'll let you know when we're on the pole. .31.
All right, we are going to pass the Thunderbird. Get up here ahead of the.
Yeah, you can snuggle it right up to our rear corner there on main one, and we'll be all ready to work together once we get out of there. You bet. 4014 out.
So for you guys, if you didn't catch the update or the change in plans, the Z train is being held out of Dennison now, and it's going to wait until 4014 is done with his work at Dennison, and then they're going to resume their trip. They're going to both resume their trip east, and the Z train will get run around 4014 east of Dennison. So we have a fantastic opportunity for a roll by right here. We're going to get him pulling right up to, we're about 2 miles outside, maybe a mile and a half outside of Dennison right now. .606 people watching. I can't tell you guys how much I really appreciate all of the support throughout the day.
UP detector milestone 7.9 track 2. Defect detected. Hot box north rail axle 2.
All right, and that is going to be our last roll by. The 4014 is actually pulling into
UP detector milepost 287.9 track 2 first hot box north rail axle 2 from head of train. UP detector milepost 287.9 track 2 first hot box north rail axle 2 from head of train temperature 74 degrees detector out.
All right, well, they are, what, 4 for 3 now, or 4 for 4 on hot box detectors. Getting hit by them every time when they go over a hot box detector because of the steam cylinders. All right. If anyone would like to, I would certainly appreciate if anyone would like to buy my lunch for me. Put in some super chats and give me about $15 here to buy my lunch. I'm just gonna pull over at the first place that I can find once I'm in Dennison. I'm not 100% sure what I'm going for yet, but 620 people watching. Always appreciate all of the views. And yeah. Yeah, Ogden, 4 lanes all the way to Cedar Rapids. I'll tell you, tomorrow's chase is gonna be tough. There's not gonna be this long stretches of roll-bys where the highway parallels the tracks. It's gonna be a lot of ducking and dodging, roll-bys at crossings, and trying to get out. You know, from one crossing to the next. So that is not going to be too fun, but we are going to make it work. All right, we get over into the lane that we need to be in, get headed into Dennison. Oh, hey, we got some people buying my lunch. That's fantastic. Thank you, guys. Always appreciate it. So we're going over the UP now. I can actually see where they're stopped. It's down the curve to the right. I didn't get the camera spun around here in time, but oh, and there's that Thunderbird again. He's been doing some pacing with us as well today. So thank you guys for helping to support my live streaming project here today. Do we have any votes? Do we have any prediction on where I should go for lunch? Because I'm literally going to stop at the first thing that...
Give me a hog head on the 76 up down there, 40 or 14. Yeah, but just for about 10 minutes and then board back up and call me, please.
Oh, I'm going to stay.
Let's stay on the engineer side, please.
Oh, we got to get out of this right-hand lane. There's way too many people trying to turn in that right-hand lane because the steam engine is over to the right, a couple blocks over to the right from me now. A dog just ran out from in between some cars. Let's see here. Oh, we've got Dairy Queen and we've got Subway. Well, does Dairy Queen have a drive-through? Because if the Dairy Queen has a drive-through, oh, nope, doesn't look like it. Dairy Queen does not have a drive-through. So I've got to go. Oh, maybe they do. Hello. I thought you guys had a drive-through.
We do.
You
This is
did.
it.
This is the drive-through.
This is the drive-through.
This is awesome.
You know what you want?
Yeah.
Talk to me.
Like a cheeseburger and fries basket.
A quarter-pound size cheeseburger.
Yeah.
You want everything on it?
Yeah.
Ketchup, mustard, onion, pickle.
That's right.
And a regular fry or large fry?
Large fry.
Large fry. Do we need a drink?
Large chocolate shake.
Large chocolate shake. Anything else today?
That will be it.
All right. 1505 is the grand total. What's the name on your order?
Tom.
Tom. On a normal day, I would be standing down by the menu board taking orders. I'm short-handed, so I'm helping run cars in and out.
Thank you. All right, my lunch is on its way. Nope, we're gonna pull up some more. Pull right up here and stop, I guess. Yes, a cool treat from the Dairy Queen dude. Yeah, who wants to have Dairy Queen with me? Great question. So I'm looking at my navigation while I'm waiting for my food to come out, and we are just gonna go just very slightly out of town to the east and wait to pick the chase back up on the outside, on the east side of Dennison. And maybe we'll get a roll by from this Z train as well. So the way this is going to work out, 4014 is on main 2. Z train's going to get a run around him on main 1. They said before he gets to Peters, because there's another westbound coming, which means he must also be on main 1, which means that we're going to get blocked from seeing some of these trains as we're going through. We are going to be on the north side of the track. Main 1 is north of main 2. And so we're going to, as we're doing this roll by, we're going to see some freight traffic, and it's going to block our view of the steam engine that's theoretically going to remain on main 2 during this process. Oh, I'm sure. I am completely sure that we are going to end up seeing an increase in economic activity along the entire route from Missouri, or from what, Council Bluffs to Boone today.
Hello, Robin. Radio check, over.
So for you guys that are wondering, I do have an antenna, a mag mount antenna.
Robin, the 4014.
Come in, over.
I'm on the fireman's side with the reporters.
All right, would you like in the cab, or do we do a ground interview?
I think
Come in.
we're going to do a down here. His shoes are not great.
All right,
Yes.
I'll come down and we'll talk, over.
Thank you. Still waiting on the shake. Yeah.
3 people calling in sick today for whatever reason, so we're running really short-handed.
Yeah.
In just a second.
Tom, thank you. Have a good rest of your day.
Thanks.
All right, we got to get out here, get back on the road. Trying to turn east back onto Highway 30. We got to navigate our way through town. I don't know if you guys caught it or not, but there was a mention on the radio of a reporter doing some kind of an interview with the steam crew, and they were asking if they were going to do it on the ground or up in the cab. I don't know if that was local newspaper or TV station or what they got. All right, I'm going to admit I'm not going to talk a whole lot here for a little bit because I'm going to eat my food. But yes, I did see the question before. I am going to be chasing tomorrow, although it's not going to be quite as majestic of a chase as it was today. We're not going to be pacing along a parallel highway for hundreds of miles, but it'll be more of a duck and dodge and, you know, roll bys at crossings and then skipping ahead and doing another roll by and all that. So then I'm also going to chase on Tuesday. And that will be much more of the chase like today, where there's lots of miles of parallel track, running right next to a highway, where we'll have lots of opportunities for pacing shots that day as well. So we are officially past the steam engine. We're heading out of town just slightly to the east of town. We're going to get it far enough out to where the pacing we can pick up the pacing basically just as soon as it gets to us. So that's the plan anyway. We'll see whether or not that works. But that's the starting point that I'm planning from. So we will be somewhat quiet while I'm finishing my food. And then we'll resume the commentary when the locomotive starts moving again. Well, right there's the turn off on the highway to Manila that I was talking about. That is where that Milwaukee road line split off that eventually crossed the C&W and IC at Arion. All right. So this is going to be a pretty good spot to resume the chase. I'm going to park here so we're far enough back that we're out of the photo line. And we'll angle this over to the right just a little bit. And I'm going to eat my lunch. Lunch is a cheeseburger and fries and a chocolate shake. Mad Max for train spotters. Absolutely. You know, we really haven't seen anything too crazy here today. I've not seen too many people doing like crazy jumping out and passing, and that's really been it.
Oh, 4014 calling in tags for respawn. Jimmy Thompson. Have it, over. Paul Gershio. Kurt Clark. Bob Smetana. Have it. Robin. Cole Lewis. John Stravino. Robin. Come in, Robin. Yeah, I just looking for your tag for a respot for pins, over.
Ed has my tag.
I can have your tag.
Yes, you can have my tag.
All right, thanks, Robin. All right. Flags back up. Hello, John, over. Are they good? They working? All right.
Robin, 4014.
Come in, Robin.
Can we board our guests?
Yeah, red zone, center, Robin. 4014 here, main track, Dennison. Over.
Copy that, boarding now.
Six engine room on board, ready to go. All right.
All right, guys, I'm done with my lunch. I'm back. I guess I've still got a little bit of my blizzard to finish. But aside from that, so when we get moving here again, UP 4014 is stopped in Dennison right now, making a service stop. And when they get moving again, they'll be going from right to left across the camera. So that'll be the direction we're going. It's continuing to go east here. We're facing east right now. The train is about, I don't know, 2 miles behind us, give or take.
Hello, John Sabrino, over. They're going to get them all. All right. And then you're going to cut that 12 pipe out when you're done, over.
We've got the scanner radio going.
Pipe out when you're done, over.
We got the scanner radio going, listening to the crew talk behind us. And yes, we are going to be live streaming the next 2 days.
John.
Oh, the Z train is just by Woodbine. Wow. All right, so it's going to take him a little bit to catch up. So we are going to be live streaming the next 2 days. Today we're going to live stream to Boone, and once we get to Boone, I'll be breaking off, heading home.
What will be the status of Robin when she's coming back on?
I don't know if I'm going to keep live streaming on the way home. I may.
Thank you.
You know, there's certainly places where, but probably not. There's really only a couple places where you can see the tracks from where Highway 30 is relocated and 4 lanes.
Maureen and I are back on. Copy, Tracy Marine back on board. Over. Copy, over.
Sounds like they're getting ready to move again. The scanner frequency that I'm on right now is 160.890.
Dispatcher 19 to the UP 401 Forver.
4014 dispatcher, we're real close to pulling. About 2 or 3 minutes, we'll be back on the move.
All right, you let me know when you are pulling, and then I'll let the Z train know at the same time, over.
Will do. There is a lot of people here, probably 3,000 people. Let's bring that Z train as head end only by this Main Street crossing at 286.31. Bring him by at not to exceed 15 mph. As soon as he's clear that crossing, go ahead and release him, let him run max speed. We'll get him around. Does that sound good, over?
That sounds good. Just let me know when you are starting to pull, and I'll let him know to pull on down there, over.
Understood. We'll let you know. Thank you.
Dispatcher 19 to the UP 6953, over. We're getting close to getting them going, but they said plan on going 15 mph at milepost 286.31, please, over. That is correct. Extra bells and whistles, obviously, but when they start pulling, I will let you know to head that way. Over. have my tag. 2 cars all aboard, also over. Copy, have your tag there, Kurt. Hello, Jimmy. Hello, Paulie, can we have your tag over?
All right, a Z train is just a high priority intermodal train that also has trailers on flat car in the back.
Hello, Kurt, the tool car, over.
Usually
Hello, over. Can we have Paul
UPS
Garcio's tag, over?
trailers or
Tag
FedEx
over,
trailers
somebody
on the
left
back.
a watch on it. All right. Robin, verbal, clear red zone here, main track 1, Dennison, over. Hello, 1776, you all aboard, over. Contact, ready to rock, sir. All right, just checking one more time, dual car, okay to have your tag and flag, over. Dual car, tag and flag is yours, over. Copy, tag, flag, dual car, 4014, over. 4014 dispatcher. Go ahead, over. Dispatcher, 4014's on the move, over. Thank you very much. Safe travels. I'm going to put that Z train ahead of you there at Peters, over.
All righty, we'll let that happen. We appreciate you. We'll watch for 6. Just remind them today they're going to see lots of people, so don't hesitate. Lots of bell and whistle.
Bells and whistles, copy that. Appreciate it. Thank you again, dispatcher. Out dispatcher 19 to the UP 6953, over. UP 4014 is starting to pull. As like I said, extra bells and whistles. Let's go 1515 mph there at the 286.31 crossing, over. That is correct. Here we go. Signal indication, get around to 2 at Peters, over. Safe travels. Better out.
All right. Well, Z train is coming up. It's just a high priority intermodal train. It's got trailers on flat car, usually on the rear of the train. But those Z trains are cleared to do 70 mph in some places. So that's pretty much the highest priority freight that the Union Pacific moves. And they're going to be coming up to us on Main 1, which is the closer main, 4014.
Come in. UP dispatcher 19, over. 53 at all clear, Carroll. Copy that. Sounds good. Eastbound Z train is going to be getting around this big boy here at Dennison. He's going to cross over to 2. Big boy will follow him 2 to 2. So after the eastbound Z, you can go west. Signal indication. Thank you. Over.
So, well, they're
extra bells and whistles probably coming up through here. I'm sure you probably already saw some people out here. Over. Okay, calm down. All right, well, be safe. Like I said, get the Z around the big boy, then you'll meet the big boy. Over. So, better up.
So when he's talking about Peters, that is a control point set of crossovers that the UP, that's on the UP here. And it's just west of Carroll is where the crossovers are. So the order we'll see it in, we'll see Big Boy come up on the right here first. And then depending on how the timing works out, we may not even see the Z train. I'm not 100% sure, but I'm guessing he's going to be cruising by at a high rate of speed, so he can get up to make this meet and get crossed over 1 to 2. Now, as we get up here, they're going to be stopping again in Carroll, but there's a spot called Arcadia Hill, and I am going to do another roll by, excuse me, at Arcadia Hill, because we're going to see them working really hard to get upgrade to Arcadia. That is actually the so-called Continental Divide here in Iowa, where the watershed for the Missouri River meets the watershed for the Mississippi River.
287.9, track 1.
Okay, so that was defect detector on track 1. That's going to be the Z train having set that off. So we are going to see him. But anyway, we're going to do a roll by at Arcadia, because that's just outside of Carroll. And then while he's stopped at Carroll, we'll jump ahead again and then continue the chase east from Carroll. It's going to be tougher chasing east of Carroll. The track does not parallel quite as closely as it does on this side, so we'll have a little bit harder time making the chase, but we're going to make the best of it however it turns out. I do not yet see our big boy coming this way, but we have 658 people streaming or watching us live here, anxiously awaiting the arrival of the big boy. Oh, and I hear it. Probably whistling for the last crossing there in Dennison, and then he's gonna be popping out, coming this way. Oh yeah, here we go. And we are off once again. You can see the extensive photo line that developed while they were making their service stop. Yes, the mobile fan club. 693 watching. Let's see if I wonder if we can get this up to 1,000 today. The number has been steadily climbing ever since we left. Missouri Valley. We're gonna cross 700 here any moment now. I'd love to see if we can get 1,000 people on this live stream. Obviously, keep sharing the live stream, letting people know what we're doing out here. So, of Dennison, Iowa, we are chasing the UP 4014 on the Union Pacific Boone sub. He is continuing east toward his next station stop, which is going to be in Carroll, Iowa. Yeah, I don't know what you think you're trying to prove there, Mr. Dodge Ram, except that you're going to probably end up ramming into somebody. So we got a nice roll by of the whole train here. We're actually doing less than 20 mile an hour right now. The big boy is doing 40. I believe he's already gotten up to speed. And you can see like the black smoke up there. He's working pretty hard, getting up and headed out of town, getting up to speed and heading slightly upgrade, heading out of town here. So as we continue on, make sure and like and subscribe, make sure and join the channel as a member. Any way that you can support Steel Highway, we definitely appreciate it. And, you know, keep telling people about Steel Highway, because this is a big part of what we're doing today, is a kind of a promotional tour out in Western Iowa as well. Anyway, as we continue east, excuse me, unfortunately the train got a little further ahead of us than I would have liked, but we're going to start catching up here. The traffic on the highway is moving a little better now. Nope, and the Dodge Ram, which is producing just as much black smoke as the steam engine right now, ahead of us. But we are gonna be able to catch up to him here as we continue on. Going by our next control point, or sorry, coming up to the next control point. Trying to keep a safe distance between myself and the car in front of me. Obviously, don't want to cause any traffic accidents out here today. But you can just barely see the rear of the observation car up ahead of us. He is just disappearing out of view to the right. However, we're going to be crossing over the tracks once we get up here a little ways further. And if history is an indication, the train is going to have to slow down to 25 at some point for a bridge or some kind of restriction, weight restriction, and then it'll fall right back in line next to us. So being up there right on top of it now, yeah, so we're back on the move. We are in fact catching up. And we got passed by somebody that's in a bigger hurry than we are. That's for sure. kind of a neat view. You can see the whole train ahead of us right now. You could, at least a little bit, as it's going around this left-hand curve up in front of us. All right, and we're continuing to gain on the steam train. We're doing 52. He's probably continuing to do about 45, if I had to guess. Continuing to get past. Yeah, there's some crazy people out there. Anyway, we are up to what I believe are the Vale crossovers now. 717 people watching live. Thank you everyone for tuning in. Keep doing those memberships, keep adding memberships, keep sending me super chats. I appreciate all the support. No, somewhere between Belle Plaine and Cedar Rapids, it switches over to AAR 42, which I forget what that frequency exactly is.
Detector milepost 278.1, track 2. Defect detected, hot box, north, rail, axle 2.
Continuing to bat 1,000 on the defect detectors.
Detector milepost 278.1, track 2, first, hot box, north, rail, axle 2, from head of train. UP detector milepost 278.1, track 2, first, hot box, north, rail, axle 2, from head of train. Temperature 74 degrees, detector out.
All right, well, that defect detector only got him for one axle, axle number 2. But as we've talked about a couple of times here, I know we have some new viewers from earlier in the day. Because of the heat generated by the steam cylinders, they don't have to stop for any hot box alarms on the defect detector for the first 12 axles as the locomotive goes by. All right, so we are probably about a half mile behind pacing right now. We did just clear Vale. This next sign that's coming up tells me that West Side is 5 miles and Carroll is 18 miles. And we are making lots of progress, making good time going east. Now, what I still have not seen is that Z train, which should be coming up from behind us here somewhere. I don't know exactly where. So we're at 275.8 right now. So he's going to be slowing down right away to get down to 10 mph. And then we're actually going to be going over this overhead bridge that crosses the track very shortly here. And then we're going to actually lose the train for a little bit as
Roger, we got another one right at 01 and another one at 27361. Correct, sir. You got a handle on those, I won't call you. Roger. Thank you, Bruce. Appreciate it. Yes, sir.
EMP detector milepost 278.1, track 1.
All right, there's a lot of people perched on this bridge.
Here comes that Z train.
Oh, and there's
All right, hit it.
there's the call for the Z train.
Local Z train. Roger. We're
Would
slowing
be
down for a 10 mph, so you gotta blow our doors off.
Here we go.
I don't know if we're gonna get to see the Z train or not, but I'm definitely not pulling over to wait for it. I will slide this around.
Got a little tractor show there.
Yeah, I can't turn the camera far enough to be able to show you the train going by. But it is literally right off to the left here. The big boy is down to 10. He's got a bridge right in front of him. And I'll tell you, it really makes me wonder if this is one of these bridges that they're supposed to occupy by themselves, but I didn't hear them say anything about that. It does look like a newer construction bridge, not one of the older overhead styles. So maybe it's not as big of a deal. I don't know. But we are back off to the races here. The tracks will not be visible, at least for a short distance. But if I can get up ahead, we may be able to get a roll by of this Z train before the big boy catches up with us again. So we'll just kind of see what happens here.
Bell and whistle through Carroll. They'll be waiting for us up there. We're behind schedule, so there'll be a crowd there.
Oh, this guy's being brave. I wonder if he's trying to split off to see if he can get to... He could probably get to that crossing before the big boy shows up. And he'll be on the correct side if he stays on the south side of the tracks.
Bell and whistle there, head end only.
Alright, slow it down to 40. Lots of bell, whistle, head end only.
Yeah, really give them the works on that horn. They'll see that headlight, they may think it's us.
So the tracks are coming back up along the left-hand side of me here. However, excuse me, We are not. We are back live. And it looks like we got back live. All right. Yes, we are back. We're actually pacing now the Z train that is running because of the, which is literally right up ahead of us. And we're gonna watch the big boy climb the hill into Arcadia. But as I was saying before, Arcadia is the continental divide for the state of Iowa. It is the division of the watershed.
695 river.
The division of the watershed between the Missouri and Mississippi rivers.
Probably know. I probably already told you. I don't remember. I know coming to Carroll is going to be a huge crowd there also.
Yeah, I understand. We're going to go 40 mph and plenty of bell whistle over.
Thank you. Be safe, over.
All right, 6953 out.
UT detector, milepost 268, point on track 1.
We're gonna get up here to the side of this hill up ahead of us. And then we'll turn around and await the arrival of the big boy. Right there's some of those trailer on flat cars that I was talking about, which make up the Z train designation. Right there's the end. And then we are just going to wait right here patiently and watch the UP 4014 climb the Arcadia Hill. And hopefully we'll get a decent smoke show out of it as he's working his way up grade. Yeah, I picked this place because it's at the top of a hill. I figured if we were going to get good cell service, it'd be at the top of a hill somewhere. So we should be in better shape now, yes. How far to Carroll? Oh, less than 10 miles. I mean, it's really not too much further.
gravels behind me blocked for me. What was that? I got the 2 gravels behind me blocked. Okay.
Excellent. 5x5. I love to hear that. Chased through Fremont, Nebraska the other day. Excellent. Yes, 1776 is probably going to be... We'll see when it goes by, see if it's producing any exhaust, if he's got it, got that online. Definitely need cameras on Bloomington or Chillicothe, Illinois. All right, we see smoke rising in the distance. Big boy is not too far off. The cloud cover is even starting to break up now too. It's really getting to be pretty nice out. We'll zoom in a little bit. Arcadia limestone, yeah. He's going to be on the inside track again on Main 1.
Eyeball. 1776, advanced approach, over. Advanced approach.
Oh yeah, look at that big billowing smoke cloud. Working hard to get upgrade. I'm gonna put the window down a little bit so we can hear him as he works his way by.
Detected hot box north rail axle 2. Hot box south rail axle 2. Hot box south rail axle 1, 0.
Action that time. Got him twice.
T detector milepost 268.5 track 2 first hot box north rail axle 2 from head of screen second hot box south rail axle 2 third hot box south rail axle 1 0 UP detector milepost 268.5 track 2 first hot box north third hot box south rail axle 1 0 total axle 9 7 train speed 36 mph temperature 72 degrees.
All right, well, the perfect streak of continuous hits on hot box detectors continues for the UP 4014. He is making his way east into Carroll, just crossed over the top of the Arcadia Hill, and you might just be able to see him. But this is another place where the track splits away from the highway again. So you see him going through this curve on the left, and then that goes way off around to the left-hand side. I'm just kind of hoping if we can get to the overpass, there's a highway overpass on the west side of Carroll. If we can get there and watch him duck underneath the overpass, that would probably be about ideal. I don't know if that's going to be realistic or not, but we're going to try. But as we're coming back up along the right side of the train now, this is going to some guys on top of a rock pile there. It's a creative place to get some elevation, take your shot from. All right, well, we are back to just straight highway running now. We're probably not going to see the westbound that went through Carroll because he's going to be waiting most likely east in Carroll. Gonna hopefully find a spot to, maybe not on the highway overpass, but somewhere on the west side of Carroll to get a spot to roll him by as he shows up. It's something where actually on my navigation, and I realize this is a byproduct of the zoom magnification that I'm at, but the tracks are actually so far away that they don't show up on my navigation on my transit band right now.
Come in, Bruce.
I did see the
263.81, 25, 1 and 2. Over. Copy.
I did see I can see the westbound manifest.
Yeah, we're only on 2 track, Bruce.
The westbound manifest is coming. So they're back there making their meet, which should give us plenty of opportunity to get ahead of the big by as he approaches Carroll. And then while he's making his stop at Carroll, so as we come into Carroll, this town at one time hosted multiple railroads as well. CNW and CGW crossed here at Carroll. It was the CNW line, which we're chasing, now UP, which crossed the CGW on their Mason City to Council Bluffs line.
Eyeball Carroll there, V-Train.
I'm on Carroll, thank you.
Well, we are going to be coming into Carroll here pretty quickly. And I think let's see here. I'm just looking for a good opportunity to get a roll by. And what I'm actually thinking is that I'm assuming that we're far enough ahead that I can pull this off. That I am going to... Oh yeah, we're in great shape. So I'm going to pull down and turn around. And then park kind of on the side of the embankment. In order to catch the roll by when it gets close here.
Call to 4014. Come in, Cole. 5271 on that sample.
Didn't understand that, over.
5271 on that sample.
I gotta rerun it, that's way too high. We want to hear 3,000 or lower.
Hit another one next time we stop.
Yeah, we've got traffic blocked off for us here. We're turning around, going back the other way. All right. I do not know what they're doing a sample of. I'm not familiar with what they need a sample of that needs to be less than 3,000.
261.1910, over. 1 and 2, sir, thank you. Yep, we're on 2 track, we're on 2 track. I'll probably tell you anyway. Well, unless we cross over, you no need to. When we get to Carroll, could we get a bag of ice up here? I'm sure we can come up with that, sir. Thank you.
All right. We are set up now for our next roll by before we get into before the train gets into Carroll, and we're actually going to have a beautiful panoramic view here. I'm gonna pull ahead. Oops, and put it in drive. Pull ahead just to clear this tree a little bit. I'll put the window down so we can fully experience the steam locomotive effect as it goes by. I do just barely see a headlight down there in the distance. Hey guys.
Hello, Steel Highway Stream.
Hi.
We're crashing the party a little bit.
I can tell.
Yeah.
About 2.5 miles at stop at Carroll. Full car over. Copy, sir. 2 miles.
Obey traffic laws, be alert, and use voice commands while driving.
So for those of you that were wondering, that was Sam and Noah Bolte and Mike Bartles, and I see Giles up ahead of me. All the Cedar Rapids area train fans that have made it out here to Carroll for this roll by. I think I see Nerup down there in the trees as well, or in the tall grass. And just seeing the headlights start to peek out, there we go. I bumped my radio. It started scanning instead of staying locked into a channel. All right, we are going to zoom in here just a bit. Well, the whole point of doing the live stream is so that people that would not normally get a chance to see it can come out and see the big boy. That's the beauty of live streaming. Can go anywhere with it. And this guy is really really crawling into town here. I think he must be going through another one of those 10 mpHs. We got full view now of the entire consist. Might be picking up just a little bit of speed, but we know that he's stopping. We know that he's stopping in town, so it's, even if he is picking up speed, it's not gonna be a long-term situation. All right, so we're gonna get turned around and get headed into town. We have this truck in front of us with the Minneapolis and St. Louis railway sticker on it. The Tootin' Louie, as it was affectionately known. Not the sort of sticker that you see every single day. So, we're going to get headed to the east side of Carroll. I'm going to duck into a gas station somewhere and get a tank of gas for myself and probably drain the main reservoir while I'm there as well. So we're going to be on standby for just a few moments while I do all of that.
4014 dispatcher.
Want me to dial him up?
Dispatcher 19, over.
4014 dispatcher.
4014, go ahead, over.
Yeah, lots of people here at Carroll wondering if we can get a track block at 258.5 on main track 1, over.
I do have the track blocked between CPA 256 and CPA 265. Main track 1 been 7.
Okay, understood. We'll let you know when we're on the move. Thank you, dispatcher.
I copy that. Thank you.
4014 up.
I know, he waved at me. I have a theory as to who this is. I haven't confirmed it yet, but I have a theory. So we'll see if my theory is proven correct later. But yes, the Dodge Ram with Muscatine County plates. Pretty sure.
Difficult would it be to get a couple of crew packs and the garbage bags for the 1776?
So you guys can't see it, right? The train is stopped just on the other side of these buildings to the right. There's a couple restaurants and a strip mall separating us from the tracks. We also have the Carroll Depot, which is a host location. Steel Highway host location. Off to the right as well. East and west cameras. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that if Cliff McFerrin just texted me. Yeah. So Cliff and William McFerrin. Good to see you guys. Glad that you're paying attention to the live stream. I love it. You know, I would get lunch at Culver's with you, but I got Dairy Queen when we were back in Dennison. So I'm going to keep moving. But I am going to hit up the restroom, as I had previously indicated, once I get out here to the east side of Carroll. All right, guys, don't go anywhere. We are on a short pause here at Carroll, and then we will be resuming the chase as soon as the UP 4014 gets moving again. All right, I am back on board. I have additional fuel for the remainder of the trip in the form of Mountain Dew. I have drained the main reservoir.
Full car, Robin, come in.
Tool car, come in, Robin.
I'm on the fireman's side, walking. Did you guys put the ladder out in the tool car?
We're on it right now.
Copy that, thank you.
Hello, John, are you back there? Yes, sir. Come on up and help Austin walk it out, over. Copy that, on my way up, over. Okay, you take the engineer side, Austin will take the fireman side. Understood, here I come.
All right, guys. So once we get moving again, we're going to do a roll by.
Come in.
Come in, over.
Robin is in the net.
Robin is on the train, okay, thank you.
We're going to do a roll by here just outside of Carroll. And then we're going to get back on Highway 30, hopefully get out ahead of it a little bit here. But the next couple of stops are going to be more drive up to a crossing, do a roll by, drive to the next crossing, do another roll by. There will be some pacing between Jefferson and Ogden, but then eventually we're gonna get to the high bridge shot at Boone, which of course is what we've kind of been working toward all day, even if it hasn't been stated explicitly.
14 to John, come in. Yeah, when the time comes, you can board that 1776 and write it for me, over. You know which end to board, correct? The long hood end. All right, I'll be watching for you, thank you. Say again? Let the space go by before you give it a try. Yes, but you want to get on the Long Hood Inn.
Good, yes.
Thank you. Another 5 minutes and we'll pull. All right.
Oh, all right. So they're getting very close to moving again.
4014, Captain Brian Daniels, come in. Yeah, you aboard, over?
Oh, the spot is going to
Okay,
work.
roger.
as
Hello,
well.
car, over. Tool cars all aboard, ready to highball. Okay, roger that, thank you.
Not going to work nearly as well as I thought it was going to. We're going to go out to the... We're going to go out to a little further east of town here to get a better spot. That is, you know, if I can get out to turn right and get to a different spot further east. It's okay, we got stoplights here. We'll eventually get a break in the traffic. There we go. Okay. Off to the east, a little bit further. Another mile, actually. And then we keep going. Oh, you know, might be 2 miles. Might be 2 miles east. Oh yeah, I'm nowhere near the first person out here either. I can see cars lining both sides of the highway. Well, we're going to go down here, turn around, come back the other way, and then be in position for our first roll by after the Carroll station stop.
All right, here we go, Austin. You ready?
Ready.
Here we go, tool car. Here we go, Tracy Murray.
So, US 30 is straight out ahead of us. I'm actually going to pull up to the crossing. We'll do our roll by from the crossing and then blast off out of town to the east. Well, north and then east, I guess. But that'll be the plan. Yeah. Hasn't dialed up the dispatcher to say that they're on the move again yet, but they gotta be getting close. Once they're on the move, then the dispatcher will remove those track blocks on both mains as well. We are not going to try to go into Glidden. We're going to go, because there's the rail cam in Glidden already anyway, so you'll be able to see it to go by there. And then we'll skip east of Glidden, probably to Ralston, get a roll by, and then get out ahead of it.
Up, John. I'm catching up to you.
Then try to get out ahead of it to Jefferson, where we can pace from Jefferson to Grand Junction to Ogden. And then get to the hybrid shot. Yeah, I realize that's a very real possibility, but I'm hoping that, because the tracks actually split away before you get to Ogden, so excuse me, I think there will be enough time in between the two to get to where I need to be.
Okay, let me know, you guys.
There's some photographers up there trying to wave at somebody to get them to move because they're in their shot. All right, well, we are on the east side of Carroll, Iowa. The
All aboard, highball.
4014 just
Okay,
called
you are.
highball.
2 cars all aboard. All right, John, let me know when you're in the cabin ready.
The 4014 is just wrapping up its station stop at Carroll, and then they will be on the move, headed our direction.
1776, ladder ready. Okay, here we go.
Yep. I was really hoping that we were near enough that we would hear the engine sound off when he went to pull. But I haven't heard anything yet. So, not 100% sure what's going on there. Maybe he hasn't started pulling yet. I don't know. We also don't know if there's anything called out against him coming out of Boone either. But even if there is, it'll be unlikely that we will witness the meet. Back up to 600 viewers watching. Definitely appreciate it. Make sure and throw those likes and subscribes and channel memberships and everything else that you can do to support Steel Highway. Send me more super chats. Definitely appreciate you guys helping me buy my lunch.
UP detector milepost 257.6, track 2. Defect detected, hot box, south, rail axle 10.
All right, well, he's on the move now. On the move and headed this way.
UP detector milepost 257.6, track 2, first hot box, south, rail axle 10, from head of train. UP detector milepost 257.6, track 2, first hot box, south, rail axle 10, from head of train. Temperature 81 degrees. Detector out.
Continuing his undefeated streak against defect detectors. And now we are just waiting for the gates to go up, and we are back on the chase. Reposition the camera a little bit because as we continue to chase, the tracks will be more off to our right in the places where we can actually see it. But we're going to get up here onto 30 and continue blasting off to the east. Just as a programming note, we are going to be live again tomorrow morning. I am going to be starting the chase at Boone. And chasing all the way back into Cedar Rapids, which is pretty close to home for me. And once we get the chase going tomorrow, I may very well have my 5-year-old son with me, adding commentary as we go along. So we'll just see what happens. Definitely not waiting for those ladies to make up their minds. We are just hitting the road. And away we go. Again, the tracks through here diverge pretty significantly away from the highway, so we're not going to see a whole lot of the train. The next 27 miles to Glidden are pretty hit and miss, but we're going to get a couple roll-bys out of it, and we're going to do our best to leapfrog the train and get to some crossings and then keep on moving. We'll pay attention to the scanner also whenever we know that they're slowing down to 25 or 10 for various weight and speed restrictions. Then we will take that opportunity to get ahead of the train again and get another roll-by in. So we are departing Carroll. Yes, departing Carroll, heading toward Glidden. We're not going to go down this first highway because I'm pretty confident it will have already cleared the highway by the time we get there. But I'm trying to look across the valley over here to see to my right if I can see it, and I think it's still already ahead of us. If anyone has an eye on the Glidden webcam, that'll be a good indication of whether or not we're getting ahead of it also. But my guess is we're going to have to skip ahead to Ralston, get a roll by there, instead of going into Glidden. That's just my best guess, though. We'll reposition the camera here to see if we get any more crazy driving in traffic from concerned rail fans. You know, gotta get ahead, gotta get that next shot. You can see the elevators at Glidden up ahead on the right, and the Glidden water tower as well. Yeah, I can see the steam locomotive over there now. It might be able to just make it out. It's kind of small on the horizon, but maybe looking across country, you can just barely see where it is. It's probably, well, so it's a mile south of us, and then probably also a mile east of us as well. Although it's kind of hard to judge. Obviously, it's on a diagonal relative to our position. It's on a diagonal to the southeast of me as I'm driving east. And then going up and over these hills affects my ability to be able to see what's over there as well. But if you're you might just be getting glimpses of it. It is literally just about right on the horizon. But it should be in frame or getting close to in frame over to the right. Maybe that'll help a little bit. Of course, now it's disappeared behind a hill again. It looks like we got another super chat. Thank you very much for that. Always appreciate that. Oh, and another super chat. Thank you guys. Appreciate all the support. We are coming into Glidden, Iowa now. I don't know why they took the T-box. I don't know why they took the T-boxes out of the consist. I really thought that they were pretty nicely decorated, and I assumed they were going all the way east. But they swapped them out for the full passenger car consist, the business car consist that the UP has there at Council Bluffs. So, you know, I'm sure that was a design choice, but it was neat to watch them run across Nebraska with it for sure. Okay, so we are just about to clear Glidden, and I'm looking over to the right, and I do think that we are now once again ahead of the 44. No, we're not. I'm sorry. We are not. It got ahead of us while we were slowed down going through Glidden. So if you can see it, you know, ducking in between the hills here, it is again just off to our southeast, but we're pacing now from about a mile away instead of right next to the tracks. The tracks are running directly parallel to US 30 where we're driving. Get a nice wide angle shot here. If you guys can see it, it's I don't know, maybe you can't see it or not, but I am just about getting to the point where I'm going to pass the 4014. And on the right, we're just coming up to Ralston now, which is a little ways south of the tracks, or south of the highway here. Ralston is on the railroad tracks, but south of the highway. So I'm going to turn this back this way. Yeah, I'm kind of debating on so we're just getting to the point where we're ahead of him again. And so where I'm going to go to get that next roll by, which will probably be on the other side of Glidden. I think if I try to cut across on this next gravel road, we won't actually see it. It'll be too far, or he'll be past us by the time we get there. Like, I can look out my passenger window, I can see it's literally straight south of me right now. Just passing the head end. So he is just getting to the elevator at Ralston. So we're not going to cut across here. We wouldn't make it. We're going to keep going. And we're going to keep going east of Ralston for another shot at this. Yeah, he's supposed to be going into the yard and putting away in Boone overnight. That's correct. So you can see the car line ahead of me, and I'm sure there's people in these cars ahead of me that are trying to do the exact same calculus and figure out where can I get far enough ahead of this guy that I can get to another crossing. And it's definitely going to be east of Ralston. But the good news is the highway and the tracks are coming back together right up ahead of us. Well, not right up ahead of us, but like 2 miles up ahead of us. As we pass into Greene County now. Reposition the camera over this way because we are in fact on an intercept course. Well, I only go off the highway signs. I wouldn't actually know that we were in Greene County if I hadn't seen the sign that said, hey, welcome to Greene County. But here we are. Okay, so now we do have the 4014 approaching on the right-hand side. And we are going to hopefully get a shot of him here Ooh, glad I didn't go to that gravel road crossing. That was pretty well accounted for on that side. I don't know if we actually got a shot out of that or not, but that was our closest point that we were to the tracks, and now it's starting to diverge again. The tracks go off to the right over toward Jefferson, while the highway more bypasses town. Jefferson is also where the Milwaukee Road and Union Pacific crossed each other at Jefferson. Milwaukee Road is a north and south line. That took off and headed up to Spencer. Crossed the C&W, now Union Pacific, at Jefferson. And Jefferson is in fact the next town that we are coming up to. So now the question becomes, I think we're getting far enough ahead that I can justify pulling over. Well, maybe not. I'm not sure. Well, there's two cars that just took off to the right. They're going tearing down that gravel road. And there's one coming back from the other direction that's tearing down the gravel road. They're going for, there's an intersection there where the railroad cuts across a T intersection and the gravel road's kind of at an angle. We're going to go further up though. This is Scranton that we're coming to. And I think what we're going to do is get our roll by at Scranton instead. You know, this is one of the questions that rail fans often ask themselves. Like, you're looking over, you're seeing what you're chasing, and you're like, can I get to that crossing in time? Or am I going to get skunked if I try to get over there? And it's a great question. People that have been chasing trains have been asking this, right, for many years. If I cut across, can I get to that crossing in time? Well, I usually try to go one crossing further than I think I should. And I still think that I might not make it. But we're going to head down here to this west crossing at Scranton. And I think we're going to just make it. I say I think we're going to just make it. I would like to think we're going to just make it. But I cannot say that for certain. Ooh, didn't realize this was a highway overpass. All right, change of plans. The 4014 is right there. I can hear him. I can see him over there. Oh, we just missed the head end. But you can see it rolling by right there.
UP detector, milepost 240.9, track 2.
All right, but we are going to pull a Yui here, get back out of town. Well, did not make the crossing that I wanted to at Scranton. But, you know, quite honestly, if that's the worst failure of the day, then I think we can live with that. Oh, it does appear I need to get over one more block to get out of town. So I can see the 4014 east of us. I know we've got to get back out on the highway to get ahead of him. And we've got to get east of Jefferson now. Well, the planned roll by at Scranton did not go as planned. However, we are going to recover. We're going to get back on the highway. We're going to get to east of Jefferson, and we are going to do a little more pacing on the other side of town. That's right, took a chance and it didn't work out. No, not quite enough space there. Here we go. I see my spot to get out and get going. Or maybe not. No, of course that guy started accelerating. So we can't do that. And now we got another spot opening up. We'll get into this one. Pretty sure just saw Noah Bolte doing his best to make himself known on the Steel Highway live stream. Maybe he was taking a video of us as we were taking a video of him, who knows. However, we do need to get back moving on the highway here. We're headed in the right direction. The biggest concern right now is if there's a train on the Y at Grand Junction, because that would be a killer right now. Sometimes the UP will change crews at Grand Junction with trains coming down off of the it's not the Terra sub. Wait, is it the Terra sub? Yeah, I guess it is. Yeah. So sometimes the UP will change crews at Grand Junction. Sometimes they'll pull down and make meets at Grand Junction with trains like I saw earlier. But either way, That's my biggest concern right now, is if the UP were to decide that it's a good time to have a train stop or do some work at Grand Junction. No, not the Boone sub. The subdivision that comes down from the north, comes down from Fort Dodge. I think that's the Terra sub at Grand Junction. And no, definitely not the Geneva sub. That's too far east. That's in Illinois. Man, I don't know how well you guys can see it or not, but the line of cars to the front is really, really impressive right now. And I mean, there's one decent gap up there. But for the most part, it's just a solid string of cars as far as the line I can see. So we are crossing a creek or a river up here. So we cross this, the highway just crosses it here at a right angle. The railroad stays significantly to the south of this. I don't see, at least nearby here, where they cross it at all. But, the Raccoon River. Not a creek. Raccoon River is actually a fairly decent sized functional waterway. But we are moving at 62 mile an hour now, which makes me feel pretty good about getting ahead of the train that is doing 45. So I like our chances. However, I cannot see exactly where it is to be able to know for sure. I do find it interesting, this car in front of us has an Iowa Interstate sticker, and I believe Johnson County plates, maybe? So definitely someone local to myself. Johnson County is just south of Lynn County, where I live. But as we continue, you can kind of see how the geography is not exactly our best friend through here. Oh yeah, I see now. I'm looking at my onboard map navigation that I've got here in the transit van. I do see where the railroad does in fact cross the Raccoon River further down. All right, so now we're slowing down significantly again, and not 100% sure why, except that we're probably getting closer to where people are pulling on and off to actually see the big boy again. Oh, and we're stopping again. We're slowing down significantly anyway. You know, one of the great things about chasing this time of year is you have all kinds of daylight. It was basically just about sunrise when I took off at 5:15 this morning. Yeah, somebody's waving at me. I see him. Hi. I don't know who this is in front of us. I'm not 100% sure. But I do see you. And I can tell you're happy to see me too. Okay, so are we going to see where the 4014 is? And have we gotten ahead of it? No, we have not. I do see it just off to the distance. The tracks are several miles south of the highway now. The train is closer to Jefferson than we are. And so we've made up some time on the 4014, but we're definitely not running parallel with it yet. Thank you again for the super chat. Another 10 bucks there. Keep it up, guys. All the support helps. Obviously, I've got several more tanks of gas to buy to do this for 2 more days. And I am really looking forward to the next couple of days of chasing, for sure. But obviously, you know, it takes some money to be able to put gas in the car and buy a couple meals on the road, keep myself properly hydrated, all of that. All of that is very, very important. Yep, waving high. Waving high to the live stream. I don't remember if there's a passing lane when we get
Sir, 4014 over. 230.5225 over. That is correct, sir. Thank you.
So they're going to be slowed down again.
Yeah, you got another group of them coming up here. Roger that. Thanks for following.
UP detector, milepost 231.3, track 2. Defect detected, Omaha, north rail axle 2. Hot box, south rail axle 2. UP detector, milepost 231.3, track 2, first hot box, north rail axle 2. From head of stream, second hot box, south rail axle 2. UP detector, milepost 231.3, track 2, first hot box, north rail axle 2. From head of stream, second hot box, south rail axle 2. Total axle 9-7. Detector out.
It is funny to me that the defect detectors still refer to them as hot boxes, because we haven't actually used box style journals. They've been outlawed in the US for decades, but we still call them hot boxes. Like that there's a little lid that you have to lift up and pour oil in and then close it back up, pack it with grease or packing. So there's definitely some level of amusement to that as well. What I can tell you, however, is that, you know, hot boxes, hot journals, whatever, it's referring to a hot wheel or a hot axle on a wheel. Yeah, we're going so slow that it takes quite a while to get over the rumble strips to get up to the stop sign. So it's not like they're warning us of anything that we don't already know. Or basically already stopped coming up to the stop sign in the first place. Or very close to it anyway. So Jefferson, 7 miles to Grand Junction. Well, it's not a wheel. It's not a wheel at all. The warning is because of the hot steam that's being ejected from the pistons.
So, car 4014, over. 227.625, over. That is correct, sir. Thank you. All right. Thank you, Bruce. I love you, man.
So when we get going here on the other side again, they have to knock down to 25. So there's a decent chance we could get them past. We could be able to pass them again. I do just hear the whistle off in the distance. So even though we're barely moving, 4014 isn't moving, well, isn't doing track speed on its own. You know, the first trip when they made through on 4014 in 2019, keeping it right at 40 pretty much the whole time, 40 mph. And it seems like that they, first off, they open it up a little more to go up to 45 even. But additionally, they ran for long stretches without any diesel backup at all. Running across most of Nebraska that way, I believe. So it's definitely interesting to see. Apparently the steam crew is in fact gaining confidence in their locomotive with additional operation. So we have cleared Jefferson. Well, we cleared the stop sign at Jefferson anyway. The Milwaukee Road did go through right around in here somewhere, going north and south through Jefferson, as I was talking about earlier. They went along the line that I believe it split off at Herndon and then went up to Spencer. So, continuing our trek eastward, we have in fact gotten up to highway speed now, and additionally, I'm not 100% sure where the 4014 is. The track is just off to the right, and it is actually closing with the highway. So if we catch up with them, it's going to be right in here somewhere. I know somebody just sent a message that said he was past Jefferson, and I am in fact past Jefferson myself. But I am not completely convinced that I'm not still behind him somewhere and just not seeing it. So the track is over here on a high fill over to the right. And then the highway kind of climbs up to the same level here. So maybe we'll have a better idea when we get to the top of the next hill. But right now, I'm not seeing anything. And I'm not sure if I'm ahead or behind at this point. I really cannot say for certain. I don't see the distinctive black plume of smoke ahead of me, but that could just be because they're running fast and clean. I just don't know for sure where he is. Well, maybe this will shed some light. I have a hard time believing that I'm ahead of him, though, based on what I know of, you know, like last known whereabouts. I have a hard time believing I'm ahead of him. Although there's some cars down there that look like they might be waiting for it to show up. Oh, no, I see it now. I just see the very, very tail end of the train over on the right. We're definitely getting closer. We're going to be coming up on him on the right-hand side. Yes, in case you can't tell, my text messages are getting blown up now also.
Dispatch 19, over. Okay, yeah, no, they won't be stopping. There are no meat restrictions passed or any bridge restrictions, so they'll be good to keep on going, over.
Now we are back in business. We have the 4014 and its full consist in sight. We are just coming into Grand Junction right now. And fortunately, the empty grain train that was at Grand Junction earlier is gone. So that means that we are... It would have been blocking this view if that empty grain train was still there. And my best guess is it's just over, just headed up the line to Fort Dodge now. So we were talking about M and St. L before because of the pickup that we were following. Cliff McFerrin's decal that he has on his pickup truck. This is former M and St. L track right here. Grand Junction is where the M and St. L crossed the C&W at a diamond. Over here to the right, the actual location of that is about where the head end of the train is right now. But as we come up here, we're going to see we have this crossing, grade crossing right in front of us. And the grade crossing is on the former M and St. L that heads up toward Fort Dodge. So when we get out to the east side of Grand Junction, we are in fact going to be we'll be crossing over the railroad tracks, and we'll end up on the south side of the tracks right here. And there's actually quite a few people here, but we'll get the shot of the train as it approaches the overpass. There's that camper again. We've seen that a couple times today too.
4014, come in, over.
Quite the photo line here at Grand Junction. We got lots of people on the bridge. There's lots of people, you can't see it, but there's a park down to the left that has quite a few people in it as well. I'm going to swing the camera back around because the tracks are going to be on the right-hand side. Or the left-hand side, sorry, they were on the right-hand side. Tracks are now on the left-hand side. As we continue around here. And yeah, I don't know that we're gonna make, I was really hoping that we were gonna be ahead of him by this point, that we'd be able to make that hybrid shot, but I just don't really see that happening. But we will get out here, do a little bit more pacing as we follow the train between Grand Junction and Ogden. Yep, and we are back into pacing mode now. That haze that you're seeing, the haze that you're seeing that we're driving through is in fact the locomotive exhaust being blown back in our general direction.
Dispatch 19 EP4014 over.
4014, come in, over.
Hey, sorry, I heard you guys while I was trying to reach out to another train. Did you need me for anything, or did you think that I was hollering out to you, over?
Nope, we thought you were calling us, over.
Okay, copy that. Alright, dispatch route.
Little car, 4014. 221.4210, we're right here.
Yes, sir. Yeah, it was kind of delayed on the radio. And also your 220.03. Yeah.
Roger that, Bruce. 220.0310, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so as the train knocks down to 10 mph, we're going to get a really nice roll by here. You can actually hear him just squealing the brakes. We've got a lot of air set on those coaches and pulling against the set, at least a partial set for sure anyway. Well, this is basically exactly what we needed. We got our roll by. Just a magnificent machine. We got our roll by, and now I think we can get up ahead of it again. And maybe we can get that high bridge shot as well. But that 10 mph is exactly what we needed right there. I know, right? Perfect time to catch a break while you're chasing. Love it. So this elevator is what's called Beaver. It is, well, I don't know if they still load grain here, but it is it's definitely a recognized location by the Union Pacific Railroad. But yes, you see the sign there, literally says Beaver to the left. And as we continue to move up ahead of the train, I did just see, like I was looking in my side mirror here, and I did just see him actually send up a big plume of black smoke, which makes me think that he's probably accelerating again. That they may have opened up the throttle a bit. Slowing down almost to a stop once again. What are we doing here? We're waiting to turn. I believe somebody is waiting to turn. Yes. All right. There's probably 20 cars and 30 or so people at that crossing. Appreciate all the help. All of the viewers. This will be the last call for it, but anybody that has the ability to, I would definitely appreciate the super chats, you know, the memberships. Anybody that wants to pitch in and help out and support Steel Highway, we always appreciate it. So please consider that, as we are well, we're 4 miles from Ogden, which means we're about 6 miles here from our last location that we're going to roll by. I am not going to pull over at Ogden as much as I might like to, or do some more pacing. We're just going to head straight for the hybrid shot. But yes, like, subscribe, join the channel as a member. Send me the super chats. I love all of it. The viewership has been fantastic. I know we hit a little hiccup with the cell service at one point near Arcadia, and I know that cost us some viewership, but I definitely appreciate everybody tuning in. This was a fantastic live stream today, and I definitely plan on doing it again tomorrow. I think that it's going to be It's going to be a fun day tomorrow. We're going to get to see lots and lots of very scenic countryside as we continue through the day tomorrow. So make sure and check out all of the Steel Highway live streams. Tomorrow you'll be able to see, so today, tomorrow we'll be passing State Center and Belle Plaine cameras, as well as the there's another camera that's in Nevada as well, but you'll be able to see them go by Steel Highway cameras at State Center and Belle Plaine. The Belle Plaine camera will not show the actual whistle stop at Belle Plaine, but it will show the departure from Belle Plaine, and it should be pretty neat as they're going to be working their way uphill out of town. I think that's going to be a pretty cool thing to watch. Yeah, so unfortunately, the defect detector's talking again. Yep, goes through Ames tomorrow morning. That's right. And then Nevada, State Center, Marshalltown, stops at Belle Plaine and Tama. Well, Tama would actually be first, and then Belle Plaine. So we're just a little bit too far out of range to hear that defect detector, but that was just the last defect detector that the 4014 went over. But I am anticipating a pretty similar setup tomorrow. I do think that we will have I'll have a co-pilot along with me tomorrow, which will be great as well. And hopefully I'll be able to do a better job of answering your comments as we go along as well, because unfortunately, having to do all the driving, it makes it difficult to also respond to all the commentary as well. But my plan is to do a better job with responding to the commentary as we go along, because I know that I missed a bunch of comments. I know that I missed thanking people for super chats, and I really do appreciate that. It just makes my life go so much better, honestly. To know that I have your support and to be out here, I can't tell you thank you enough. So we're driving up into Ogden now, and we're gonna go to Juneberry Road. I'm guessing they're still on Main 2. I guess I don't know that for certain. They could have gotten crossed over at some point, but I'm guessing they're still on Main 2. In which case, when we line up our shot from the south side of Kate Shelley, they'll be on the track closer to us, although they'll still be some distance away. There's a lot for sale if anyone wants to move to Ogden, Iowa. All right, we are getting headed up here to what I believe is Old Highway 30 before the current alignment was created, the 4-lane alignment. But we are heading out of town, out of Ogden to the east. We're going to take a couple of turns outside of town here, get to the get to the Juneberry Road, and then drive down to some kind of point where we can see the Kate Shelley Bridge, the high bridge. Oh, there's a westbound going through Boone. All right. Well, that's good to know. We'll probably see that guy somewhere out here also. We are making our way down our first gravel road of the day. As you can tell, I've been trying to avoid gravel roads because they're so much rougher. It is really tough, especially when you're trying to live stream and the camera is just shaking uncontrollably. So we obviously don't want any of that. Yeah, there's a lot of cars back here. There's an awful lot. There's an awful lot of people on the Humpback Bridge. And then I'm going to go over to the right. So you're going to see the Humpback Bridge here, which we're coming up to right now. It's not really, like, I'm not taking my car up on the Humpback Bridge. Let's just put it that way. I'm going to turn down this right-hand road. And there's, assuming it's not already taken, there's kind of there's a spot over here we can line up a shot to the high bridge. that's just kind of on a curve on top of the hill.
Section 19, EP 4014, over.
4014, over.
Oh, I'm sure you deduced it, but you will be going from track 2 into the siding, crossing over there at 203. There are quite a few onlookers at Story Street, so be wary of that, over.
Dispatch, I'm having a hard time hearing you. Got another tower?
Closer than this one? No, shouldn't be, over.
Try that all over again, please, over.
This tower, 4014, over.
There you go, come in, over.
Oh, interesting. They must be having issues. Just so you know, you'll be going from track 2 into the siding, cross over there at 203, and then you do have quite the crowd there at Story Street, so just be aware of that too, over.
Alright, track 2 crosses over at 203, and a lot of people bell and whistle, over.
You had a detective step on you. Can you repeat that one more time, over?
Well, there is our westbound that we were told about. Looks like a empty hopper train going back to Wyoming or Colorado to be refilled. Yes, the original steel span is still there. It's to the south or closer to us, and the bridge that's actually in use is a new concrete span. Oh, and here we go. We're getting the roll by on the high bridge right now. All right. This is going to be the end of our live stream today. Once this guy clears. Thank you everyone for tuning in. Appreciate all the support throughout the day. And I am going to make my way home so that we can do this again tomorrow. And thank you to the over 700 people that logged in during the course of the day. Hello.
How you doing?
Good.
What